Namaste, welcome everyone to Satsang today. And also welcome to all our friends who are joining via broadcasting from around the world. You have stayed with us, I gather like that, over this entire season, this blessed season of Satsangs here in Rishikesh. And also many new friends who have joined the meetings. We are now just a day away from the end of this season here. And I have to say that I am highly delighted by just somehow the radiance from this energy field of Satsang. I know without asking each one that much has been absorbed, much transformations have taken place. And my highest wish was to impart the essence of these pointings and teachings which have come down from ancient times actually. Because throughout the ages, beings all over the world have come together to really look into this most profound question as to our real purpose of being here and who are here. So I'm very happy that these introspections, these discussions continue in our age, in our time also. Because as I've said earlier, that for thousands of years, human beings have been coming together much like we are here. So sometimes under trees or in caves or in mountain tops, valleys and so on, to really look into this most important question as to what is our true nature. And many of them, of course, they discovered and continued in their own life to share their discoveries with others. And so it has continued over and over and over. Their bodies are no longer here in this physical representation, but their spirit is here. And now it is our turn. As I said, we are at the cutting edge of the human wave. And this is our turn, our season, to pick up the same question and to find the most auspicious discovery by it. I'm very happy that beings who have come from all over the world find their way here also, so that we can look together, experience together. But each one is a unique journey of awakening. Very good. Today, before we go any further, I wanted to bring to you something that touches my heart very deeply. Because, you've heard me say that many things I've seen and experienced, but the most touching for me, the most deeply impactful in the realm, in the human kingdom I've seen, is expressions of kindness, selflessness. They introduce the God energy very directly, and it has impacted upon my life in such a beautiful way. Some years ago, when I was at the beginning of my time in the south of India, you may have heard about Arunachala and Tiruvannamalai. This is a region in the south of India that I had spent a number of years sharing satsang. And I had this beautiful opportunity, this privilege to go around and to see some of the activities, the ashrams that are developed around the mountain since the days of Ramana Maharishi. And one of the places I've went to there was one house I was brought to. Some friend said, I want to take you to this place. I went there, and it was a house that was set up for children who have been diagnosed as HIV positive. Some babies, some little ones, all different ages together. And I was so struck. It was quite unexpected for me to see this house full of young children, many of them hugging each other, and so cheerful also, bright and so full of love and openness. I was so struck. I had to hide my face. And I came to meet a man who was at the heart of this, who had brought these children away from environments which were not supportive to them. And became their father. And there was also women there who was became mothers to these children. And I was very touched. I continued to be shown around to other children coming from different experiences, challenging experiences. Some were unwanted. And even in this great country, as there is all over the world, there are challenges like this, there are things like this happen. But also from this country also, there are beings who rise up out of this land, who are in great service to alleviate the pain of many people and to provide not just financial help, but daily service of love and care and providing all that is needed, as much as is within their capacity to do that. And I find that they were tangible expressions of the power of God and the power of love in the world. Some of these things, they will begin to emerge in you, in your satsang, because there's much I could share about this, which is not necessarily how it reads on the surface. But I won't go into that now. Since those days, I was so touched by what I saw. There was maybe 200 children, maybe around this at that time. And it really had a sense that there was something amazing going on in these spaces here. And so we opened a part of our website for them and said, we'd like to bring attention. There are other groups also. The animal shelter, the sanctuary for animals in Tudavanamalai, same place, who rescue ill-treated animals so that they're found and really nurse them with such tender love and care and so on. But it has been some years since my first meeting with this group in the south of India. But just recently, I had news, from Amrit, who lives with me in Portugal, and Saraswati. They came and says, Mr. Shezian, who is this very man I'm talking about, is coming to see you. He wants to come and see you. I was overjoyed, but I kept it down because I know sometimes things don't work out as we intend. But he did come, and I've been very happy to somehow welcome him here. He's been here for a few days. He has to return to continue the work that he's doing because he's so deeply involved in the care, along with his group of helpers, which is, I think, nearly 180 people have come to help now. Now the group has become 900 children, drawn from different parts of Tamil Nadu, rescued from death, in fact, and have been cared for lovingly. Many of these children have grown up also. They go to university and college. They have succeeded, and they've come back to help the other children. So today, Mr. Chezian was on his way to go back, and I said, no, I want you to come with me to Satsang today. before you leave, and he has to leave very soon. And I want to introduce him to you. He's sitting right here, and I want to come. Come here. So I want to say something more about this also. I want to say something more because I'm going to take the liberty of saying a little bit, because I think it is a universal thing, not just to you. Sometimes we have human beings like this. We all have some challenges in life, and I feel that Mr. Shezian has really been remarkable, because even sometimes personal life suffers a bit. Our families feel we are spending too much time with these things and not enough time with them, and so on. He has also tasted, myself also, we have had these experiences. And they sometimes can be a deep challenge. It might pull your spirit down for a while. And he's been into this place. But I've been so happy to remind you just how your work has been so tremendous. You may think, oh, I'm not able to give enough energy to my own child and my wife or whatever. But you have now, well, in fact, I say 900 children are in his care and living daily with him. But they're in support of over 2,000 children who they also try to reintegrate with their families and to continue to support them emotionally and in every way, to be there for them, because the best place is with their families. So the reach is very far like that. And I say that, you have made a tremendous choice and sacrifice, because you keep choosing what is right and true, to the expense sometimes of your own personal joy in some way. But this, you have a greater joy. And I said to him and say, whatever it is worth from me, my blessing, I know it is going to be that your life will continue to be so enriched and bring great fruits in terms of your inner life. And we are so privileged that you came here. What I would like to say is that this work is continuing in Tiruvannamalai. And there are now 180 workers, mothers. Each number of a group of children, a mother is allocated to them who takes care of them and loves them and all of this. So it's not merely providing a space, but really the care and the love for them. And he was going to slip away, and I felt I would like to just introduce you to everyone. I know you don't like all this limelight and so on, but I felt it was fitting to say this and to say that this work continue. And if you feel touched by this work, then and you want to be supportive of it, we've been trying to think of quick ways in which we could bring some attention to the work you're doing. Shri's coming up here maybe to say something. And then this, your support will be very, very appreciated in whatever form it can take. And Shri, you wanted to say something also?
Yes, I can say something about it. That for those of you who are here, we have a donation box set up outside. There should be a big sign there and somebody near it. And all of the donations that come into this box will go directly to this charity. And also, there's a way that you can make a donation online. Now, Muji Baba mentioned that on our website, muji.org, there's information about this beautiful charity. but they have not yet set up online donations, and we're going to help them get that going. But what you can do, we're setting up something special. If you want to make a donation online, you'll be able to do it in the normal way, to click on donate, and there'll be an option that your donation goes to this children's charity in Tiruvannamalai, and then we'll pass that to the charity. So that's a very beautiful way to get involved and to support this beautiful thing that's happening.
Yes, thank you. And just that, I would just like to say to thank all those who have contributed in terms of their service to continue with this work. And somehow life, grace, God has provided also in our human story. You know, people who have come, as much as there's been those in need, there have been those also who are also to serve those needs also, have risen up in this play of life. And I want to acknowledge the work, the love of all those people who continue to give, both in the case for the children and also for the animal sanctuary in Tiruvannamalai, amongst the many other organizations throughout India and the world who are doing this work also. I don't see it as being different from Satsang. And so I just wanted to take that opportunity to just to say thank you, and I'm sure you have the blessing of everyone here also. They will come and approach you about more about your organization and so on, okay? So thank you so much. Okay.
See you next time.
Okay, Babaji. Thank you. Good. Thank you, Babaji. I see many of you were here from the first day, are still here today. And that you have been absorbing all that comes through Satsang. Not merely the words and the teachings, but energetically also. To be immersed so openly in the energy field of Satsang, and so much influence pours into the being to help to somehow realign much of what has been off balance, you may say, in our perception, to correct those misconceptions, and to again be in the natural flow of our dynamic expression, and yet at the same time to be more deeply established in the root consciousness that we are. That is the most fundamental pointing, the most important thing to grasp. So don't simply look and try and solve the problems that seem to exist on this side of the eyes, or behind the eyes in the region of your thoughts and feelings and so on. But also to allow your attention to really be pulled in to the deepest, the inmost, the priormost space of being, the very womb of existence itself. All of this takes place within yourself. So I don't have to redirect you to somewhere else. Right here, as you're sitting in your openness, all this is taking place. Some realignment, coming into a kind of synchronicity in perception and experience. We will continue with this until time run out for the moment. So.
Hi, Moji.
Hi.
I think I've been crying every single day. I came to tell you that I'm ready. And in the same time, there is an intuition that it's as if I was eating ice cream and I was telling you that I'm ready to eat ice cream.
Yes. It is as if you are already eating ice cream and you are saying, I am ready to eat ice cream. I got that. Okay? And so, this is something that I have been pointing towards. You are what you are seeking. It's only a question of coming into a clear recognition or apperception of this truth. You see? Beyond belief. Not merely as belief, but as an actualization of that understanding like this. In the field of the earth mind and conditioning, certain play continue. We find ourselves again wondering, oh, have I done enough, and so on, so on, so on. And then again, the deeper understanding, the deeper knowledge confirms, you're not there, you're here. You're not the doing, that is your dreaming. You are here, the weakness of display. You see? And it takes a while before it gets anchored into our consciousness that it is so. Sometimes we only agree and we say, I understand that intellectually, but it has not yet become my experience. I hear that sometimes. I understand, I know I am the self, but still there needs to be some work to stabilize this understanding so that there isn't one trying to be doing it. And I said, but if there is one trying to do it, that intention, that apparent one, and the thing it's trying to be done is all observable. Look more at that which is observing this. And it's not a sweaty observing. Simply, it is seen. Just in the same way, even as you're speaking, you're listening and hearing yourself speak. You don't notice later, immediately. And as you say, I'm saying I'm ready. I want to have the ice cream now, but all the time I've been eating the ice cream. Something knows this also. When will it be that these two become one? Or is there really such a thing that they become one? Or just that the seeing removes the delusion that there's still something that has to happen in that way. It is a paradox because there seems to be a happening, but I say the self is not an event, it's not a happening. If there is a happening, the happening is the recognition of the self which doesn't happen. Who understands this? I was hoping more. Okay, we will see. No, it's okay. No, there's some late hands going up. So.
Can you repeat it, please? My mind was a bit like...
I said that which is not an event, is not going to happen in itself. It already is. If there is an event, it is the event of the recognition of that which is timelessly unchanging. You follow this? You see? And in that, these recognitions, these insights continue to become more and more sweet in their discovery. Because it means that when you listen as a person, there's very much, okay, so now what should I do? This is very much the person's mantra. Okay, now what do I do? But from the place of the source of listening, in the presence, in the beingness, it's not about what I do. Just that the understanding removes the misunderstanding. And there's no further work. It's simply that you are in recognition of where you have been timelessly, but overlooked. Nevertheless, the life in its unfolding continue, and you will find that still there is a sense of myself as the one who is living in this body. I have a relationship, I have children, I have a job, I have things like this. Is this simply to be discarded? Well, no. That is also yourself in its dynamic expression, you see. But its source is unchanging. What is the significance of this? Well, the changeful may take many forms, many lives, but the source is unchanging and is timeless. This mystery can only be appreciated within the experience of understanding. You will continue to see that somehow the consciousness in this form has come to somehow understand its root nature, but also to clean up its psychological sense of self, or where there is distortions of perception, that they must be corrected also. So even after an awakening has taken place, if you say, yes, now I know that I am this, but in your dynamic life, you continue to be very selfish, arrogant, and so on, then it is not true. It is like someone brings you a beautiful chocolate cake and it tastes like mackerel. Something is not right. It's not a chocolate cake. I'm sorry. You see? So the saying or the believing I have understood, then the fruit of that understanding makes its way in the dynamic expression also. You will see. It is the way in which somehow the both are aspects of the one. You see.
It has already started.
Yeah?
This manifestation has already started.
Yes, it carries on. It becomes less, when it is perceived from the perspective of the person, it is almost overwhelming. When it is perceived from the perspective of presence, you see, it's different. There's a joy in looking and refining the consciousness, so to speak. From the person, it's like, oh, when will it ever end? And oh my God, please help me, and please, would you chop off my head and bury me in the earth? And what? No. We don't need to go so far. Just understand. Follow the pointing.
Couple of nights ago, I had this feeling of a shift happening, and I guess that was in place for a couple of hours, and next day in the morning, and afterwards it started to fade away.
Yes.
And I think there was a bit of tendency to compare me now with that state. I assume it's just a thought I should...
Okay, let me explain something very important, I feel. You may have the most beautiful experience. Weightless, beautiful joy, silence, presence. That's it. This is it. Now I just want to press save. Everything fine now, you see? And even this, I call the perfume of the self, but Don't make any conclusion about this. The self is not a feeling. There's no reading to say, okay, now this is the self. This is what is so exquisite about it, so beautiful. The mind always needs some taste, sweet, salty, savory, whatever, to calculate, yes, I like this, I like that. And now it's liking, peace, yes, joy, and this beautiful feeling. But none of this is a measure of what the self is. Even a feelingless feeling, it is beyond even that. You say, well, what's the point? Who wants that? Actually, the one who wants that or doesn't want it, that is the problem. But for who? Only for itself. You see? So, this may come as a kind of shock because the mind is always working for the ultimate taste. The taste that doesn't go away. And that is fine. That taste will come. But if you follow what I'm speaking, you will discover and be that most exquisite principle beyond this dual experiencing of, okay, now this is, yes, this is it. This is it. No, it's not. Okay? Don't find anything to say, that is the self. Because necessarily it becomes a duality, and it is there before. It cannot be an object, even the most exquisite, even the most divinely decorated sensation is only its perfume. This perfume of joy and peace, contentment, beauty, grace, silence, wisdom. This is a perfume. But the flower, no one can touch. Nobody can find. And yet it cannot be refuted. I wonder if I've gone too far for you.
No.
Such a one is he. Because of what I've told you, any sensation, however exquisite, however beautiful, is perceived. And may change by mood or time or season. All this can happen, may happen, in front of the unhappening self. And right there, the most supreme joy accompanies the being. When I said, one who experienced, I am so happy, and I said, yes, let the happiness be, because it is the fragrance. Why remove the fragrance? Let the happiness be. You're not a plastic flower. Let the fragrance be. But don't identify. Stay as that which is aware of the fragrance. Don't push the fragrance. And so if the fragrance change, it's nothing to you. Your only weakness. You're not depending. The self is not, it has no favorites. Not going, I really love it when it's like this. See? This is the person, you see. Some person say, oh, I love it when the summer is here and the sun comes out. I'm full of the joys of spring. Oh, I come alive. And you live in the north of Sweden or England. Then what's going to happen to you? You create a condition that creates separation. So don't have any preferences, avoid them. Be neutral. Though you are neutral, yet the highest joy come. You have not said, oh, this thing should not be, or more of this please. Don't be some traffic policeman in your own mind. Or set up some kind of immigration desk for feelings. Be open like space. Let anything come through. But you are attached to nothing. This is the exquisite way. The wayless way. The pathless path. The roomless room. As long as the sense of being a person persists, preferences will come. Where preferences will come, contrast will come, division will come, love and hate will come, and the whole superstructure of interrelated play, which can be a play rather than it becomes an obsession, becomes overwhelming. When you are without attachment, you perceive even more accurately, more precisely, more cleanly than when you are looking with preferences. You may say, but how to get rid of preferences? Don't worry about that. Just keep being the self. Just keep being the self, and then love for the self is developing. Joy in the self is being developing. But still there are no attachments. Follow this way. Follow this pointing. Not everyone will follow. Because if you retain a loyalty to your identity as a person, you will not be able to follow what I tell you. It will be like there is another energy inside you. They're precisely doing that to distract your attention and to edit what I've said. And to say, it didn't really mean that. What he meant more was this. And you'll go, oh, that makes it easier. You see? This is what's going on a lot. Why, if what I'm speaking is the truth, why, some people ask, is there so few awakened beings? Well, how do you know? Have you been counting them? You don't know. Not everyone who is awake becomes some teacher or something. How will you recognize one of them? Not by your mind. In any case, it's quite likely true. Why so few? Because as long as you are loyal to your identity as a person, you are split. You're sometimes, you're like this. And you'll try as hard, you'll do yoga and concentration in order to be like this. And you'll still be like this. It is the way. This duality will persist in you. How to be not a person. Don't worry about that. Just recognize and be the self. Forget about not being a person, being this and so on. Simply remain in the place you're pointing to and acknowledge, discover, I am without need. That is not destroying life. It's not anti-life. It is itself life. How can we be on this planet as addicts, needy, and be sitting in the fullness of your being? What is to be blamed? The planet? Somebody asks how to help the planet. I say, don't plan it. Be. And you'll find yourself in a sweet harmony. But it doesn't come easy. Once we have picked up Not by fault. I can't say, you. Why did you identify? No. It is like we were compelled somehow to take the darshan of this state of ignorance for a while. It was intended that consciousness should taste diversity in this form by identifying with the form for a while and believe I am the body. The body is innocent in it and necessary also. Even for the play of awakening, your body is necessary. And mind also, up to a point. You see? But they will not come with you all the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was listening with my heart,
Yes.
and I'm so grateful to you that you made that possible.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Listening should be done with the heart. Think with your heart. And everything is okay. Think only with your head. Sometime. When the head prostrates to the heart, things will become beautiful again. Good. Someone in there, come.
Thank you, Master, for
Thank
giving
you.
me the chance.
Thank you.
And I don't really have a question, but I would like your permission to say something. Please forgive me if I say something wrong.
Okay.
Thank you for your unconditional love that you are offering all of us. And I don't know where I am. I'm here, but I don't know where I am actually.
Yes.
My mom keeps on telling me that you have to face him, and my mind is like, you don't need this. You don't need to go in front of him. You're already there. He's saying that all the time. You have to believe his words and know for what he is saying. But there's something that keeps on persisting still. I can see it, that you are here. And you cannot see it, no matter how hard you try. You are the object itself. You cannot find the real with the lie of your person. Even if you try, no matter how hard you try, it's like you're not going to get it. I don't know. I would like to have your help with this.
Yes. Sometimes people believe, some people believe, first you must clean up everything. Clean up everything. When you are super clean, squeaky clean, then you might get it. Okay? Might. When you're going to be clean enough? Maybe like many people, you see someone come, these musicians come, brilliant. They play. You say, wow, if only I could learn to do that. One phrase, I'll be content. And you study. And then when it's good, you're not going to be content. You go, after there was, and you're not going to be content. It's going to go on, and you will always have more and more to do like that. And that's fine also, because even in this, there's a growth, there's an expansion, all of this. But you will not be satisfied with that. You see? Because something underneath is saying, yeah, but that's just another thing. It's just another thing. I don't want to be another thing. Who am I now? Who recognizes, but that's just another practice. That's just another thing. That's just another thought. What is seeing, that's another thing. Well, if what is seeing it is feeling frustrated by it, that itself is another thought too. The thinker of all these things, who suffer from his own thought projections and so on, he is himself also a thought. But whose thought? And what weakness is this one? So don't go upstairs or as you go, no, it's too much. No, just hear that. And naturally, the fact goes before even the discovery, because the fact says that is witnessed. It is seen that even my attempt to become more spiritual is known in me. Something, what is that? That which is aware of the desire to become more clean. What state is that in? That is beginning now of what I would call the shortcut to seeing. Either you try and make your progress out here, or you come to understand where you're looking from. And I already quoted a few times St. Francis' statement, what you are looking for is already where you're looking from. But some people go, wow, that sounds really cool, but they've not got it. You must contemplate that, what it means, what I'm looking for. I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is my real self. He says what you're looking for is already where you're looking from. I'm looking from my real self. But it can't be true, because I'm all mixed up. Well, that mixed upness is being watched from your true self also. Yes, but I am mixed up. Then this which is saying I am mixed up is also seen in your true self. But our culture of thinking makes us not accept that. He says, no, there is still something missing. A number of times people said, yeah, just something is missing. I said, what? I said, I don't know. Well, something is missing. Well, there's just a kind of feeling. Then why isn't it just a sort of feeling? That which is there, that makes it possible to have the sensation that something is missing, look to that itself. Is it missing? And this inward turning introspection, few do it. Because we usually get our answers from out there or from up here. But here, a place beyond questions and answers, few look. Sometimes we are more attached to the research and the search for freedom than for freedom itself. We're in love with the journey, but we avoid the destination. We are starting at the destination. I wonder who catches this clue. But they catch the clue without feeling. Just you see it somehow, and all your anxieties, they melt in this beautiful understanding. But you don't become just a lazy person. I've come to the end of the universe. What is there to do? I've arrived at God's hammock. No, it is not like that. Only if you were the doer. You are not the doer. Some activity will continue. But in front of that which is unmoving at the same time. And yet in both perspective, you're the same. This is important. You say, still there's something there. Say a little bit more, no.
I've been following your pointing to stay here
Yes.
all the time. Whenever this goes on, like something is left, I try to be here more.
Well, to look from here, also look from here, because here is not going. It has no hands. This looking does not need to turn its head to look. It has no head. It's not in one direction more than another. I try to follow the pointing. When something comes here, I stay here. As you recognize that here, at a certain point, is not even a choice, then you are free. In the beginning, you have to bring your attention back because the attention goes out, and the attention is perhaps your most important tool, because whatever it touches, it is being registered. That's my experience. And the attention keeps reporting, the mind and attention, about out there. And then something invites the attention to go back to your source. If the attention is turned to the source and keep going to the source, looking. How long can you keep looking at the source for? A foolish man is trying to find the sun with a candle. And he's given the opportunity to fly up, go in the direction. How long will his candle or himself stay apart from the sun? He's coming to the sun. Can he land on the sun and go, ha ha? No, it's burnt up. As the attention turns to the source, it merges there. When it turns out, it proliferates with more and more reports. It turns to the source, it merges there. Is it a death? It is not the death in the way that the mind feels. It may be a death to doubts and to fear and to anxiety and suffering and the sense of separation. A death you will very most likely enjoy. Who is the I? Where is the place of the I who goes there and comes here? It is given tremendous credibility. This I. You know, when I go here, then I see my mind is like this. But when I go here, then I find, yes, I like being here. But sometimes my mind comes and I'm back out again. This I is given greater reality than the self, the source from which it arises. Who noticed that? And that is the cause of the sense of separation, the inconsistency, the need for sadhana. All of these things come because of the virility of the belief that I am the I the tourist eye that goes towards the mind, get battered and bruised and go back towards the heart, get replenished and happy, go back up to the mind. What watches this trafficking, you see? Is that a tourist? You see, with these simple questions, you should all have got it already. Please explain why you appear not to have gotten it. I would like to know. Something keeps going out. What is that goes out? And you say, it's I. Just somehow I've lost it. I was in Amuji, it was so great. I was living, everything was so beautiful. I was walking through the Red Sea, everything is parting, and so wonderful, so great. And then what? My mind came back. My ex came back. And I invited him in for the night. I said, only one night, okay? Mind is like this. Past and future. I saw one woman in my town, she was in the park. She was sitting on a bench in the park with two men, one here and one here, okay? A person, I'm not going to say her name. I say, hey, how you doing? I'm fine. I say, oh, hi guys, how you doing? She says, oh, this is my ex-husband. This is my next husband. I didn't know what to say. I just said, mind, ex and next. And you are who? Usually the one talking, and yes, I do this. And this is just the habits of identity. There's a strong feeling, yes, I'm pulled this way, and sometimes I go this way. And understandable, not a blame, but an invitation comes. Is there not a third factor you can call that is aware of the going out and the coming in? Where is the location of that which is aware of out and in simultaneously? Who is there that perceive? You have too much help. You have too much help. Before people are asking, it's too difficult, all this spirituality, I never get nothing out of it. So now abundant pointing is fine. Just any one pointing that you find, take this pointing, it will not be disappointing. Just you don't have to follow a whole book, and it will show you same thing. All our fingers pointing to you. But there is another sense and an energy that we are seemingly much more familiar with, and something keeps believing, yes, but there is this feeling that it's not complete. Okay, it's not complete, but at least start something. If you only could make 2%, if I only believe 2%, then be 100% in your 2%. That's my kind of mathematics. I never did good at school with that. What happened when you say your thoughts are here and you go here? What happened? Why does that not work?
There is a confusion that maybe the thought should not exist. You keep on saying that it's not mind or no mind in a way, because both are seen.
Yes, the thing is both are seen, but something still feel it is being molested by the thought. That which is molested by the thought is what? You must really look. Don't just give answers, really look. Because when you really look with your mind and heart, you will see with your heart and see. There's a thought that, or a feeling that these thoughts should not come. They should not be there. If you had to go through a busy marketplace, okay, and you had to get to the end of the road in 1 minute, and the road is 200 meters long, do you require that all the people in the market leave? Would you not go there? You would go there. Supposing you meet a friend just at the bus station. They're leaving. You haven't seen them for 12 years. You were best friends before. But they're leaving on the bus in 20 minutes. There's only time for a coffee. And you go and sit in a cafe and it's full of football supporters. Arsenal and Manchester United. They're watching a match. But you need only 10 minutes intimately with your friend to talk. Can you have 10 intimate moments with your friend in that environment?
Yes.
Yes.
It's like you're talking to myself. Whenever you talk and I listen, it's like you're talking to myself.
Yeah.
Whatever example you give, it's like going on in my mind.
Yeah.
Like, okay, when I'm in the restaurant and stuff, this is the example that I always give to my mom.
Yeah.
And it's strange that you are saying it like right to me. Like, see, you are saying these things to your people, and now you yourself are not standing true to it.
The idea that I'm fine when the thought goes, you sentence yourself. You see? Once a man called me from France. I said, hello. I said, hello. Is this Muji? Yes. Who is this? Patrick? Français? Okay. He says, I am at, I said, how are you? He says, I'm not really. I'm not fine. I'm at work. It's been a full day. My mind is, it's too much. But in half an hour, I'll be home. Have a nice shower and sit in my meditation room. I'll be fine then. I said, no. On the phone. Okay? No. You're fine now. Don't buy this idea. When I go home, when I have a nice shower, put on some sandalwood, I'll be fine. That's a setup. And immediately he says, thank you, Muji. Thank you. I see it. Thank you. And he saw it. We are making little concessions and little, like this. And just habit. But his satsang has prepared his mind so well that he could catch a reminder. He says, yes, thank you. He didn't argue. He just says, thank you. You see, I'm doing it again. That I'm believing that, yes, I'll be okay when. When and then. But here and now, not possible. Who told you? The same thing, sometimes when I turn my attention, I go back and I see I am myself. So that means that when you see you're yourself, that is when you are yourself. We can discuss it. You can say, actually, even my common sense, my spiritual common sense tell me it's not about how I feel. And instantly something goes, yes, I'm waiting for an awakening feeling. You see? I'm waiting for that awakening feeling. And then I say, yes, I'm there. But awakening is not a feeling. Then you're reminded, thank you. Yeah. I'm waiting for myself to say, hi. No, it doesn't need to say hi. To whom is it saying hi? So these little things, they begin to just expose themselves and just pop and disappear. Just because you are confirming, but to whom are they happening to? They're happening to the idea I have of who I am and who I think I should be and how I think I should be in these circumstances. Lots of shoulds. And if they don't match up, you say, when is it going to happen? I say, you're a joker. You're a joker. Because when is what going to happen? When you give up that idea. And it can take a while to just, okay. We make the mistake many times, this thing. Don't be hard on yourself. But sometimes you have to be hard. Sometimes you have to be strict. And then you've crossed over. You're fine. It is a period when you must fight for yourself. You see? Just by sitting and focusing something and watching your mind a bit and see, where am I looking at my mind from? Is there anything to work out there? And is it that the fact that the mind is here means that I have to deal with it? And how to deal with it and who is dealing with it? These questions, the inquiry when you practice becomes more skilled, more refined, and it becomes a joy. Not a task. Maybe in the beginning it's a task. Maybe in the beginning, no. Maybe in the beginning it's a great discovery. You're discovering that you can observe and that has a power to it. It cleans something. But as your observing exercises become more mature and deep, all kinds of spring cleaning are going on. But don't turn it into a ritual. Just keep using it to check not what you're seeing, because what you're seeing can continue appearing for as long as you're interested to keep seeing things. You follow? But as soon as you check in to say, but all of this is moving, what knows this? What watches? You find, you didn't travel here. You simply remove a delusion and find, but I am here. When people start listening deeply, teachings will be few and books will be small. But because we love the theater of learning, studying, we love all of that, and we're meant to love it. Does it give you yourself back? You will find, in a way, you can say yes. You win yourself back. Because you dreamt you lost it. You imagine you had separated from yourself. And experientially, that's what happens. And all of this is about experience. We give ourselves, we love to give ourselves a lot of time. But here in Satsang, I tell you, you don't have any time. Today, this morning, I was talking at the house, and I say like this, If you have things to do, sometimes you're in your house, it gets a bit cluttered, your mind's a bit cluttered, things a bit... I would say, I give you 1 minute to clean up yourself. 1 minute. Give you 1 minute to do all of this. Before you can stop and survey what really needs to be done, actually. How would I like to see it? Okay? Because something is saying, yeah, you need a whole weekend, and then you think, oh no, I can't spend a whole weekend, I want to go and enjoy. Okay? But if you came and someone said, you know, you got 1 minute, 1 minute, hit the clock. 1 minute you have. A Muji minute. 1 minute. Do everything you can do 1 minute. And then after this, you stop. See how you feel. Feel really good. Then you can have 4 more minutes to just tidy up your tidying up and see how you feel. We have too much time. When you have too much time, the mind comes and suggests lots of things that don't need to happen. So in 1 minute, you can do. Then I say, in 3 seconds, drop all that you're picking up in your head. 3, 2, 1, fish, jump. You can do it. In fact, you don't need 3 seconds. It's too long. Practice. Empty yourself like this. Okay? Don't put things away for a minute. Here. Out there, okay. Here, no. Drop it. Like if you're in meditation sometimes, or you're supposed to be in meditation, but you're walking down some beach. And you look, but you're walking down some beach, picking up pebbles, and then after 10 minutes you have walked in a beach in your mind, 1 mile, and then the bell of meditation goes ding, and suddenly you're here. Did you have to walk 1 mile back? No. Instantly you're here. In this way I'm talking, instantly drop all this thing and stay empty and see. Get used to feeling empty. It's the delicious state. Empty mind is much more efficient, actually. Wise, loving, open, kind, fearless than the thinking mind, the notebook mind. Drop it. Stay fresh. Don't believe so much in your thoughts.
I have immense trust in you, and I want to, you take my eye and don't return it back. Because it's causing a lot of trouble. This eye keeps on coming. It's like, okay, even when there is a knowing that mind is not me, thoughts are not me, feelings are not me, sensations are not me. But this eye pops in and
it causes a lot of trouble to who?
It's restlessness, frustration, anger.
It causes a lot of trouble to who? This is my kind of question, you see. Just, will the victim stand in the witness box, please? The eye is causing a lot of trouble to who? Come stand in and I'll give you some compensation. Come. Who?
It cannot be presented like that. But
okay.
It keeps on appearing and then vanishing and appearing and vanishing.
And what notices that?
There's just noticing. No one behind somewhere to notice that.
So something is being molested, but it's actually nobody.
Yeah. But the trouble keeps on persisting. Is it going to go on for long? That is my question.
But for whom? It persists as long as the ghost who is being troubled persists. It's not just, it is a trick actually. You say it's not just a trick, it is a kind of trick. You say, but it keeps on persisting and a habit is formed, and I'm telling you where the habit is. The habit is formed because the sense of consciousness gets projected into a self-portrait of itself as a person, which is the idea that it is the body, it is the place the body was placed, and the condition that arose for the body-mind. And that sense of the person, which is a consciousness in drag, not a very nice way of putting it, but consciousness in its role as a person is believing, all these things is happening to me, and and in this role it must use its inherent power of discernment and contemplation and what I'm speaking to check out whether what it is believing is true. And who or what is it actually? Many of you have been to university, you're much smarter than me. I'm just pointing and telling you, this is a simple thing I'm pointing. What is in the way? Because it's not merely a belief system. It's an exercise of looking that bears immediate fruit if you do it. There's this thing, okay, the mind is causing me a lot of trouble, and it's just, you saw not long ago, one woman, I think she may have come back from Dehradun, how much she came. I hear she was troubled. I got to speak to somebody, please. My mind is killing me, please, who can I speak to? Go up, come and you talk here. She was saying, please, you got to help me, my mind. She came and we talked a little bit. And then what happened? Immediately she laughed. You remember her or not? Yes. She said, it's not me. This simple mistake, how much trouble it caused. Some people, they want to, want to jump off a bridge, jump in front of trains because of these things. And I'm showing you the same thing. All this thing is going because you think you have to work that out. And I'm showing you where you actually are. But you're living in the idea you have of who you are. And the idea you have of who you are is suffering from its own traumas. Watched from the deeper place inside the same body, in a way. There's a space in you that simply observes your true place, in fact, that then begin to see this life and this person and its projections as a kind of dream. It's just believed into existence, and it's kind of made up. It's a habit like this. You begin to see, and the effect takes place right now. If I said to you, keep doing this exercise and then, come back to me in sort of September, I'll examine you. No, I can say, do this exercise, come back later this evening or tomorrow, tell me what you have found. Now that is revolutionary. That is exciting. Because right now you can see. Why I say like this? Because the thing you are finding is already here. If I was asking you to go and develop it and so on, you may not presently have the skill. You may have to do another workshop to develop the skill. You don't need any skill to find yourself. Just right guidance and an open and receptive mind to follow this guidance also. And all the grace that is already here, the grace that brought you here also. You're watching the mind. What is this? Mind watching and mind identifying. Is your identifying, it's too much, oh, I see people out, I see it, and it touches me deeply. I feel, I want to help you, but are you helpable? Because sometimes you lock everything out. No. Ooh. I see people sometimes jumping around like monkeys, and your mind. And the belief in that, based upon a deeper sense, I am this construct, the body, which is innocent. I love having the body. The senses are good. Thank you for the senses. Thank you for the body and all of this. But to say, I am this. Thank you for the instrument. Thank you for my computer. I can do all my things. But I am not my computer. I looked at the baby Parmat, no? He's there. Yesterday he was lying there, no? You know? His mom says, yeah, he's discovering his hand. And he's fascinating with the hand. Okay? One time you same thing. You didn't know your name is John. You didn't know you have a body. You know? Huh? You didn't think it was you then. You saw something and the intention, I want to get it, but you didn't know how to use this machine. Okay? You didn't think it was you then. And some children, they are speaking like that. I spoke about my nephew. His mother called him Shannon, little boy. Come and eat your dinner. He answered, Shannon is not hungry. He hadn't connected the I with Shannon. I is something very different. I is holy then. But later, yeah, this is me. Yeah? When you got used to the machine. And still this me, and still this, whatever programming happened, we are embracing this is me like a fact, not as fiction. We are reading and experiencing the fiction of ourselves and missing the fact of who we are. And a simple thing that is being pointed out, look, only look from here. From the place, do not combine the sense, the intuition, the feeling I am, don't combine it with any other concept. Stay. Observe that there's a functioning of perception and there's witnessing of this functioning, but that which witnesses it is not doing anything. It's not even involved. It is already complete in itself. And yet that which appears could not do so without it. It is the cause of all appearances, the perceiver and sustainer of all of them. But it does not have to go and do something. It simply wills it into being. You may say like that. Then sometimes even in Montesaja, I want to make some little huts and I'll send you to your hut, little thing, just a little bed, and say, I don't want to see you for 3 days. Contemplate what I've told you and come out when we call you to come out and tell me what you have seen. You see? And it should be a joy. First day, restless mind. But you can't go out. Nobody will talk to you. I'll take your phone away. Your iPhone, no iPhone, my phone. You go inside, you stay in there and face yourself. And then we see gradually you have to put your attention there and then here. And then you'll come to all these doubts, all these things, they will vanish from you. It's just a falling in love. It's not so much about teaching. No. I said, all of this satsang, what is the purpose? I say sometimes, I'm only trying to find your G-spot. Your God spot, I'm talking about. Something gets... Why are you laughing over there? And just like this, then you feel, Then you don't have to work. As soon as you're aroused in your being, and then somehow you're immediately compatible, you're a true candidate for this. You will love it. You will love what you feel, not struggle. Mind is struggling. I don't get it. But that which I'm pointing, you come to see, Muji, it is so simple. It's so simple. So simple. My mind made it look so difficult. Am I getting through? You see, when you talk, I have to use it for now and spread it out to see as much as can be fed by the answer, because you are not yet ready to go through. When you are ready, I will only see you.
I just want to offer all of me to you and do whatever you will. Because I don't understand it, but you do, so you're the right person to guide me, to show me. So I just want to completely surrender, even the surrender if I can, at your feet.
But you should already be surrendered to stand there putting question. You must surrender means to be open enough to follow what you are hearing. You see, very often people ask questions, but they're still defending a position. It's completely useless. Even God cannot get through.
Too much reading, too much knowledge, too much concepts, too much. I just want to let it all at your feet, because this knowledge is itself stopping me from experiencing this.
Yes, it cannot do it entirely, but it can contribute a confusing
I just
kind
want
of vibration.
you to take away all my knowledge. Just leave me empty. Just make me fool if that is needed. Make me a crazy person if that is needed. Because this knowledge, all this knowledge, this intellectual, that I have to do it, I have to see it, I have to understand it once and for all, and then only I will be able to be myself, which is not true. Intellectually, I know that I am myself. It's crazy to ask someone that, let me be myself. It's so crazy, like, I'm not myself. It's crazy to sound even, but there's too much knowledge here that stops it. It's all the great masters have came and they have talked. Everything is there.
Yes, you think it is knowledge. Right now, it's a pile of shit, basically. Sorry.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because if all this stuff on top of your head, I mean, there's nothing to be proud about. You say it's smelly, because you cannot make use of it. It's even seemingly getting in the, you try to look at yourself and say, knowledge. Turn away, knowledge. Knowledge. And I say not necessarily, because even here, you sought knowledge in this way because you wanted to be free for something, and you felt that the way to do is to know and to study as much as possible. And it has contributed. You see? But something started to depend on the concept of it. And then it became too noisy for you. It's like if you have to go 100 steps to the top of the building, each step is helping you to get nearer. But you don't have to carry the steps with you. as you go. And at the top you got all this pile of stuff. No, you use it and you leave it right there. It don't tell you, the first step is tell you, go to the second step. The second step, go to the third. Okay? So you don't have to carry the first and the second one. You just keep going. And all the time you're empty. You have to be empty.
When you say about being empty, is it like completely empty, and there you can see the mind from that place, and like you are completely
Why talk
inside
about
the
it? Why don't
emptiness?
be it?
Show me how to be it.
I am doing. Because, it's like seeing a big fat book on silence. So you cannot talk about silence, yes, no, but the thing with silence is that, you have to look like this, but, I disagree. Where's the silence? So you say you want to do, then right now, I tell you, leave everything aside, okay? Something may come and say, but I can't really, how can I leave it aside? Huh? You can, because you simply withdraw your attention from that. Say, okay, fine. If 50 people were around you and they all want to hug you, okay? And I say to you, don't hug anybody. It's possible, 50 people hugging you, and they put your hand around there, but you're not hugging nothing, because the hugging is in here. In the same way, if I say leave these things, it doesn't matter if they're still structurally there. You have left them, meaning that I am not associating with them now. So you leave all these things that you think you've read, and even what you want to do now. I want to be empty. You leave even this need, this desire to be empty. You follow? You have to do it though now. Okay? Drop all this stuff. And don't pick up anything new. So you can hear my voice, but you're not picking it up. It is simply speaking into your emptiness. Don't pick anything up. Okay? And don't be waiting like, okay, now what? So whatever is kind of now what, also don't leave. So you're totally empty of intention. And you're not waiting for what will be the next sensation. You have to be like that. No. Anything left there? No. And be like this. Mind, some thoughts may come and just say, okay, it's a bit boring or something. You're not to touch them at all. Don't listen to anything that's coming from your mind. He's not your friend. Not yet. So no summarizations, no conclusions about nothing. Empty, empty, empty. Bring it, everything out. You notice I've not said suppress your senses. The senses are there. They're not in trouble. Not give you a special way to stand or to sit like that. Just don't associate with anything. Even the sense I. Don't hold. And even the sense that, oh yes, okay, I've done it. Even this one, no, don't touch this one.
Thank you.
So any kind of idea about what kind of person you are, nothing at all is there, empty, empty. Not waiting. And you can move around like this, have your lunch like this. If something says, what would you like for, do you want the rice or chapati? Something might say, chapati. But you don't know who said that. You're not invested in anything for a moment. Just enjoy and be there in your emptiness. Have a break from enlightenment obsession. Okay? I'm having time off. I'm not seeking anymore at the moment. Just be empty. Be empty beyond the concept of being empty. If you want to go and sit somewhere and simply sit inside that, that would be perhaps the best thing you can do. Don't pick up any thought or any intention or any self-assessment or identity. And I'm going to come looking for you, but I won't tell you when. And when I see you, I don't want to see any mark of any history in you. Because when you're empty, there's no time in your face. There's no time. There's no worry. There's no concern. There's no identity. When you see a human being like that, then you're looking into the face of God. Everybody else, their face is some kind of book full with some kind of thought about the past and some worry, some arrogance, some I. But you erase nothing from you today. Okay?
You're the best, I love you.
What do you say?
You are the best, I love you.
I'm going to look you up. Thank you. Very good. Very good. You? Thank you, Matt. Frozen handkerchiefs.
Namaste, Guruji.
Namaste.
Last time I came to the mic, a lot of fear and ego came up. So I thought it's a good time to check in since the last time.
Okay.
When I saw you in London, I ended what I said at the mic by saying I came to conquer the self. And you didn't say anything, you said thank you, and I went back to my seat. And I started to inquire why there was no exchange and dialogue. And it made me inquire into my words, and I saw that the word conquer has a lot of doership. And I realized that surrender is the only way.
Yes.
So I went back home with that in my heart, and a lot of things fell away. Some things didn't fall away, but I was okay with this. And time passed by, I stayed in Satsang. After the first week of Satsang, I was watching live from home, and the fire started again. So I decided to come to Rishikesh for this last week. And I can't express what I'm feeling too much with words. Before I came, I still had this feeling that I needed to be seen by you. I needed to come in front of you. And it wouldn't go away. 2 weeks, I felt like if there's 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people, it had to be me, the feeling that you talk about. And it got so bad that I couldn't stop thinking about what to say in front of you. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't do anything. Finally, I was waiting in the supermarket one day and I couldn't take it anymore, so I inquired again. And I looked inside and I saw where this need to be seen is coming from. So I saw it was coming from the body and an apparent difference between two bodies. So something came very clear that this body comes into being with an egg and a sperm. And the sperm also has this feeling, if there's one out of a billion, it has to be me. And you are like the egg. But the egg is not concerned with which sperm comes fully to it. And in the same way, the sperm doesn't stop to introduce itself because it will miss its chance.
Yeah.
So I felt like this.
You really thought about this, didn't you?
Yeah, so I just want to thank you for reminding me that even what wants to be seen and heard is also seen and heard.
Very beautiful, and a beautiful metaphor also. Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
So good, so good. Very good, very good, very good. Who's got a cruncher for me? Is it you? Okay, okay, come in. Mm-hmm.
Namaste, Muji. A moment ago, you were up there and you were telling us that the mind is not our friend, and you were just ringing, and I could just feel it all in my heart that all these years, somewhere I believed still the mind was my friend. It was the way it was going to explain all of this that has been happening. And I could never, every time I heard the mind speak, that witnessing or whatever, it would it sounded stupid. It didn't get it. And it's never going to get it.
Yes.
Ever, ever, ever.
Yes.
And when you were up there and you just went like this, it just died.
Yes.
I was sitting there just hoping somehow that it would die, that something would just perish, that which I was so afraid of for so years, perishing. It was such...
Maybe the dependency on mind in this way gave it this kind of authority that it was not the truthful relationship. Depending on, and there is an importance in discerning the difference between yourself and your mind, the psychological mind I'm talking, not just practical functioning, but that which is arising with identity, and with this is who I am, and so on, and to be aware of this, this sense of identity being observed, the fact that it is observable, or the energy of identifying is observable, then bring the power of observing back to this very source. What observes this, you see? And does it want anything from what it observes? Can anything contribute to it? Is it incomplete, you see? And your intuitive sense of yourself, where is it in all of this? Are you in front of the lens of perception, or behind the lens of perception, or both?
all of it. It just feels there's no observer anymore. Always for many years there was the observer watching. There's no observer anymore. There's no observer anymore. Has not been
But there is
for-
observing or not?
No, there's no. I mean, there's only awareness.
Only?
Only presence. Only awareness.
Yes, yes. But there is perception, There's the play of multiplicity. There's the play of life, and
Yeah. It's like I feel that whatever it is that stillness just holds it all.
Yes.
There's no separation.
Yes.
It only is. I don't know how to explain it.
Yes. But if it holds something, then,
I mean, there's nothing to hold, but
yeah,
it just is. I don't know. I guess it's that word presence. I get confused on all these different.
we can explain our glossary because we are not talking about quantifiable things. It's not like we're talking about this tool which has physical dimensions and can be measured in that way. You're talking in terms of consciousness or mind. They're not objects in quite that same way. And so sometimes we may speak about awareness and then awareness of. So sometimes it's good to ask, in what context are you speaking now? When you say this, you mean awareness in what aspect? Because before you say awareness is unchanging and completely.
It's totally. It's exactly what you said.
Yeah.
It's exactly. It's always been there. It's unchanging. There's only kind.
But there is the perception of that which is changeful also, isn't it? It is unchanging, and there is the perception or the experience of that which is changeful also, isn't it?
It's not change. This is what drives me.
Again,
I don't know how to explain it from here.
Yes. No.
Because if I try to explain it from here, it doesn't work. But when you speak, it's my experience. It's totally my experience.
All I'm saying is that the awareness itself does not change. But because something changed, we can say awareness does not change. Isn't it? Something, the life in front of you, emotions, mood, time, space, interactions, all of this is the virile life of changefulness. But something underneath this, like a common denominator, is not changing.
Yeah.
And you have discovered that more and more.
Yes.
So then the changeful, which used to feel very aggressive and too much, has been tamed because you have gone underneath it and you're seeing from the source of it. And so it doesn't matter how things change.
Yeah.
There's no fear in the perceiving and the interacting with what is the dynamic life is not confusing or oppressive to you because you have dived into the ocean of awareness and you are that also. Sometimes we still have the feeling that I'm also this, moving here, I have children, I have a business, I'm doing this, so and so. But it doesn't have the weight and the consequence as it may have felt before. When you feel this is mine, you're not having it, I'm taking it to court. You see? Yeah. Now something goes, okay, like seemed like the universe wanted to go. Bye, good luck, enjoy. Or maybe, just a minute. Yeah, okay, go. Something like this.
No fighting anymore, no resisting, no.
We cannot say that absolutely, because sometimes something will come unexpectedly and you find yourself, oh.
Yes,
yeah.
But there's no resisting or fighting that. It's like even if that comes up, there's no resisting or fighting of
There's
that.
no identity with it.
There's no identity.
So obviously maybe the reflex to fight, but then somehow there's no identity. Have you noticed how that felt? You may find yourself going, hey, go away. But inside, total serenity.
Yeah.
Is it possible that in your space of peace, some anger can be expressed without canceling out peace?
Yeah.
Like this momentary. It doesn't become a routine anger, but everything, it doesn't say, no, since I am the absolute, absolutely no trouble can come. No, so sometimes some comes, but it's all accepted as the dance of the manifest.
It's like everything exists without, at the same time, without any resistance or any thoughts or any,
yes.
Even the thoughts exist, but it doesn't, anything matters.
Well, I wanted to say something about that because the existence of everything or thought changes because it doesn't have the virility that it used to have, because the ego energized it and turned it into monstrous proportions. Without ego, somehow, it's like all the things perceived seem to have the same DNA as consciousness. Something is perceiving in this way, isn't it? We don't have to try and explain, because if you try too much to explain, it's like you start to tighten up into a shape. Then you realize, but I'm shapeless. You see? So all this play is going on. Don't try to tell anybody your state. Let them experience it in their own, according to their capacity. But don't try and tell them unless it seems appropriate in the moment to say, yes, but actually my way of looking doesn't do like this or whatever. Then you are free. You stay in your freedom.
Oji, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Who's gonna come? You come? Let me see what. Come.
Beloved Master.
I thought I was a ventriloquist there for a moment.
Can I speak now or after?
Well,
One.
I want you to speak now. About after, I don't know.
So my hand went up and it just felt good, so something will happen next, I'm sure. This feels good. This feels really good.
We call that the helium hand, So, without intention. So the helium hand has something to say.
Yeah, there's always something to say.
No, there's something.
I see you.
As what, you saw me?
Me.
As what do you see you?
This.
And this is what?
Everything forever.
Which is more true? That I am everything or that I'm nothing?
It's the same.
Because everythingness has a kind of substance about it, whereas nothing has no substance. Like everythingness seems to be the collectiveness of everything, but nothing is weightless. It's the same. We are determining, actually, for me, we can determine truth. No, this is how it is. No, we are saying, you see, is it the same? That I'm everything, or I'm nothing? Which is more truthful to your experience?
I am nothing and I am everything.
I am nothing and?
Everything.
I'm everything. Because everything has a thingfulness about it. It's almost like it's outer.
It feels like everything is inside. Or there is no outside and no inside, there is just this.
Okay. Yes. And this is a continuous observation or sense?
There is no end or beginning. It just is.
This is your total experience, not from a book. Or your total experience is this?
Right now. Yes.
Something is here. There's a somethingness in it at the moment. A sense of somethingness. That is involved in this admission. You're aware of this or not?
I sense something.
Look for what this somethingness is. Be free of this somethingness, because it will carry a smell, psychic smell.
It's something that wants to claim this as its own and say, this is mine. I can see that.
Yes. And you who can see this is so taking out the ilium out of this. Now?
I still see a film, screen, the play. There's something entangled that wants to identify.
Yes.
I watch that and
yes.
I watch it change and shift and I see
Don't
it.
identify with that. Though it is there, it's as though it wants to be claimed. But there's only the seeing of that. There's no need to go to towards that screen or through that screen or whatever it is. It is only a mirage. And that is soaking whatever remains of the person in the sulfuric acid of pure seeing. It should not arise. This tendency to come must be seen and somehow. But the fact that it's arising is not important. What is important is that no energy or identity go to him and stays only with the source, one with it. And it will disappear. We only are perceiving what we are conceiving. And yet, all this elemental world and the emotions gathered around it and the thoughts and so on, they are perceivable, but it is like removing the fangs or the venom from the serpent. Then you can play with it. In my country, we eat, as you do in India also, we like cooking green banana. But it has a lot of iron, we say iron in it. No? And so when you're peeling the banana to boil him, you cut it, and if you're using an iron knife, it turns the knife black and your hands become all sticky. And so the ones who cook, we put coconut oil on the hand. Then you can cut green bananas all day. It will not stick to you. And you have to apply this coconut oil of total absorption in the self. Then when we move in the world, it will not stain you. It will not intimidate. But even after a profound stage of awakening, there will still remain a little tension, must stay inside the consciousness, so that it doesn't become complacent in any way. So a little bit of something, so the consciousness is kept like a tight string. Not some twang must be there to keep this quality of alertness, which is not a task. It is just like an angelic vigilance. Thank you for your honesty. Just keep looking like that, checking in. Your understanding is good. Now finally just somehow comb out the identity, any identity, comb out the seeds of them. They will go like that.
I've nicknamed my ego the fucker. It seems very befitting. The mind? I call it the fucker.
Okay.
So right now there's a question from the fucker. He wants to know how long this takes to burn himself in the acid, to finish.
That which is burning in the acid will not know how long it takes. As he's burning, the watch is melting. Nobody will be left. I call this question, who am I, where am I, the piranha question. As the questioner is asking, he's being gobbled up by the question. And no questioner will be left. The one who begins the inquiry will not end the inquiry, but will be ended by the inquiry. The one who starts the inquiry will not finish the inquiry, but will be finished by the inquiry. It is your very act of self-inquiry that is destroying what is false, what is sticking, you see, and what remains, you see. There will be no questions to ask, how well am I doing? Am I clean enough? If the question comes, there's something there to look at it like this. So it is...
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. You at the back there, yes, you, yes. Hello?
I can try to explain myself, but my English not very good. Maybe it's better with translator.
What language?
I wanted language Russian.
Russian. We have a lot of Russians. Too much Russians. Come. Russian. Russians, don't rush. Come, okay, go. Come. You see, right there is one. What?
Я вот уже несколько дней хожу и думаю о большом я, большом истинном божественном я и маленьком я. Маленькое я — это личность, насколько я понимаю, да?
Many days I'm thinking about big I and about small I, me.
And which one are you?
Каким из них являетесь вы?
Okay, I try to explain how I can. I understand that big I, it includes small I, and this small I, it includes my mind and my body, and I think if I will stay just a big one, true I, without small, without ego. Because sometimes it's very seldom. Sometimes it's very seldom, but I feel very quiet, very soft, light, enjoy, and not like a body. And but at that moment, I don't need anybody. I don't need anything. I don't need anywhere. And I don't have a wish.
You don't have a what?
A wish.
A wish?
Yes.
You have a wish, okay.
And it's nice, but I cannot stay a long time in this feeling. And if I stay there, I will not go anywhere and I will not do anything. Because I don't need anything.
It is not like that. It is not like that. I am here. I'm moving about. I don't live in this chair. Because some people do ask, is Muji always in a chair? So, life goes on in as many different expressions. It is not like that. You have already spent a lot of time in identification, and that's fine. I'm not telling you the sense of identity, the sense of a personhood will take a completely different feeling in the awakened mind. It's much more light, playful. You're not going to say, if your name is John and your mother calls you John, you're not going to say, no, I'm no longer John, I am. You see, something is fine. It understands this, it plays. So it's not that in the awakened state, you're just going to be like him. And when you have a mind and it's a small I and the body, it's all for doing things. And so that's okay. Doing is okay for a bit. But it is a highly overrated state by, oh, I can do. And but by itself, if you stay only in the mind of doing and I love this, I love that, it will, for a time we will enjoy, we all enjoy. And you may enjoy right up until your last breath, you might enjoy this body existence in that way. And it has happened. I'm sure there are people who leave the body feeling, yes, enough. You see? So I don't speak against it only. I speak for those who realize that by itself it is not satisfying, for something wants to understand more deeply behind the screen of life, not just enjoying and bungee jumping and new relationships and writing a book or something. There's more for some people than that also. It can include that, but it's certainly not enough of that. An impulse is inside them that pushes them to go more deeply into the mystery of life. What is a life? Are we here only to have a good time, pay your rent, have a second car and whatever? Or is there something much more deeper than that, you see? So each one according to what they like. I don't go around criticizing people, why are you just a footballer? Why are you just the queen of a country? You should be awake. And let everybody do. It's not my business.
And I think that little I, yes, little I, he wants to be not just useful for himself, and he wants to be useful for another people, for more
it is
than
true.
planet.
It is good. It is good. It is good to want to be helpful and to somehow to serve others. It is good. It comes from a good place. However, when the ego is still there as the one who wants to do it, it is not quite what it thinks it is doing. We have many people come to my town in London, and it's in all of London, it is you have to listen, don't go to your next question yet, okay? There is something, the people come and they think my town should be saved. So they bring all these people to sing song and to do all the Christian ballet and this type of stuff, and go on to want to hug people and buy them sandwiches and so on, and they feel good about this. And people take the sandwiches and they look and like this and whatever, because maybe in their minds they think, yes, I'm really helping you. Look, I'm showing you how to be this. Why not just give them the thing if you want to give them something? But it is often just a kind of trade. I will do this for you, but you come to church with me, or whatever it is. So it's not always as clean as it looks. And your eyes that you see with, the one you're feeling sorry for, and I'm going to do this and so on, there are others you don't see, probably in greater need than the one you think need. So it is a very, very scattered thing. And yet, in the big picture, it's okay. It is okay. There's only one who gives and one who receives. But we don't know that yet. You see? The will to share. You see someone on the street lying, you say, poor guy is starving to death. I go and buy him, in town, maybe a McDonald's. Here, boy, you a nice Whopper or something, and drink. He looks at it and goes, I don't know, you got a cigarette? A cigarette? You say, oh, cigarette. It's not good for you to smoke cigarette. Eat the Whopper. I want cigarettes and a beer. Beer? I'm not buying you beer. I'll spend it on the Whopper. Are you serving him? Some people, they are here that they are dying of cancer. They are in the last few days of life. And in the hospice, they say, sorry, you shouldn't smoke. You shouldn't smoke. You are dying of cancer. Jesus Christ, let me have my last few days. So it's not good for you. Is that good? We don't know what is good. Love is good. But love must also be accompanied with some wisdom also. So it is good that you want to share, but it's good to share with a wise way, a way that really helps, if you want to say help. And it's not good to think that you can help anybody. Serve them, yes, give something, but don't take this idea, I want to help, because sometimes it's not help in the way that you think is the help that people need. Great help to see someone whose life is the evidence of truth. That is good help. But I don't interfere. Each one do what they want.
No, helping, it can be just speaking, it can be just listen. Help is different.
Yes. Yes. I don't say this is the only way about helping people and so on. I don't say about this like that. The help can be very different, yes. But somewhere along the line, if you go with the sense that you see the people you see need helping, needs the help that you want to give, you are going to grow up about that. Which is also totally valid, because we all make mistakes, we all learn. If we are learning as we go. Also, do you realize that they can help you also? And they probably help you more than you help them even. It happens also. And probably they don't think they're helping you. They say, me, I cannot help you, darling.
And I think one more question, okay?
Yes, okay.
If it stay just big eye, and no little eye, this big eye, everybody has the same nice big eye, and this big eye has to love. The big eye of everybody with same strong and same not laughing laugh. For translator.
Maybe
yes.
You can
this
explain
big one
this.
eye, big eye, love everybody. Big eye with similar love of quality and strong. And my mother and driver of tuk-tuk.
Yes. Without this big eye, as you call it, there is no small eye that can love anything. It is, you may say, the big eye that is expressing through small eye what you call love. It's not different. You say, no, can this big eye give the same quality of love that I get from my mother and my father? More love than that. Misunderstood love. You have the sense that I'm asking to replace something, but actually it is all of this also. The sense of what you call little I and so on. I only ask about removing the arrogance of this I that thinks what it think is the right. and always it will find other wrong. This you have to get rid of this, and then see if there is little I, big I in the same way. There are billions of practicing little I's trying to or seeing the world according to their own perspective, desire, imagination, and so on. And as long as that is the strong belief in the human kingdom, there will always be conflict. You may speak on.
I want, I want this small I make free from afraid, from angry, from looking, from thinking, oh, why I don't have, I want to have this one, why you don't give me this one.
Yes. Actually, this place will help you to do that.
But but little I stay with me, but he in friendship relationships with big I, and they live together. And big I show how, show where, and for what, and little I go and do it. You understand?
Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. We're not so far off. You want the little I to stay with you, and you are what?
Mm-hmm. Little I.
You just decided. There's more to go into a little bit, and I would say if you have many things you say, some things you say, I feel it. It is fine, but more understanding could come also, and will give you a better understanding that it is not so different. Your way of perceiving some things could be more clear, and you will see that I am not speaking so differently from what you began to understand. But there is some distortion in your perception of what I'm sharing. The big I is also in you. Small I is also in you. You must find out who you are. Who is it that is aware of little I and big I? Middle I? Which I?
Нет, the biggest.
The middle I.
The biggest one.
Okay.
I will think.
Okay, it would be good to somehow, at some point, if there's openness, to talk a bit more about it and maybe to look together a bit. Because I don't only want to discuss these things like this, but also to take a chance to look a little bit. And this inner looking, with looking, you will discover something also that's will make you feel very much more clear about this and this.
Hello, Muji.
Hello.
Namaste.
Namaste.
You probably remember I was up here a couple days ago.
Yes, I do.
And I ended in a pretty emotional state, and I kind of had to contemplate that afterwards and where that was coming from and some embarrassment. And then today, your story about visiting the program for the HIV children and your description of your own emotional reaction and having to kind of, you say, hide your face. That really put my heart at ease, and my mind at ease. And now today, again, you're talking about helping people and love. And I feel like I like to simplify this whole thing about awakening down to love. It's really about love. And for me personally, when I am with these children, I realize that there has been a part of me that's been shut down through conditioning, which I don't need to go into, but I needed something to break my heart open. Not just break my heart, that happened enough, really. But to break it open and to come back into life again. And I want to just share this because I think it's so important question. But helping can be out of ego, or it can be out of really an exchange. What I feel from the children is, they love me just the way I am.
Yes.
I don't have to be somebody like I have in the past, in a professional role. And that feels so good.
Yes.
And it really nurtures me. And I want to encourage people, because you have helped your friend who has this program, to check out Mother Miracle School. Because it's the same thing happening there. There's 200 and some children. The school is only a few minutes away from here. The lady who started it was a Persian, Iranian lady. She started with a two-room house, and now she has a 4-story building, brand new, and the children are so loving, and they're really disciplined, and they're kind, and they're open, they're having fun, they're dancing, they're singing. So I just wanted to share that. You can look at the mothermiracle.com website. And I wanted to thank you for sharing your experience with this kind of emotional reaction with people. Yeah.
I have to say that as you wake up to the truth of yourself, there's a saying that all good qualities manifest spontaneously in the awakened heart. Okay? Not just we develop them only, but love, compassion, understanding, acceptance, generosity, all of that is part of your awakened being also. If I can say like this, no? And Papaji will say sometime, if the hand put food in the mouth, should the mouth say thank you to the hand? No, they are one. And it is the same inside the awakened heart. It will also have a similar expression and openness to life, contrary to what some people imagine, that it's just running away from life and getting into your own little freedom and so on. One lady expressed this recently, and I had the chance to say to her, no, it is not like that. Your awakening is not for your gratification, it is for the whole world. You see? And I find that it's a very wholesome all-roundedness way for a human evolution and the recognition of our true nature, not in pieces and parts. You see? And it is best served, actually, through one who is also awakened. I'm not saying, oh, wait until you're awakened and help. I'm saying we do what we can. That is life. But let us not focus only on, we're going to help the world, because there's many things about this world you do not know. You have very little idea about it. Shaped out of human philosophy, mythology, and ideation, and so on. What this world is and what you perceive it to be are very different. I don't get the time to talk about this because I tell you what is more important. Because if you follow what I'm speaking now, you will come to that automatically. If I tell you about it now, you'll say, I don't agree, and I say, okay, I'll talk. And that let's open the door, you go in. And then let he who is within tell you. Okay? It is not. I said the other day, the world is not what you think it is. The world is what you think it is. The world is not what you think it is. The world is what you think it is. Seems contradictory. The world is not what you think it is. The world becomes for you what you think it is. You see? And if you want to have a clearer picture, you must be clear within your own self also. Because people are fighting about who is doing better in the world. And sometimes the people they're fighting in the name of and fighting over, they're the ones that are there. So all of this is good. Everything. I have no particular argument with anything. Everything is all part of the great dance. Whatever it is that happens in this world, in any world, cannot happen outside the permissive will of the Supreme Being. Nothing acts independently. Everything is interdependent and held inside a matrix of pure harmony. But the mind functioning through the notion of personhood will not grasp this. It will catch little pieces and little fragments here and there. So I don't speak in this way. If I see an act of kindness, I'm deeply touched by it. I don't go, are you awake or not? No, I enjoy. The food from the rich man, the food from the poor man still satisfies your stomach. So just I put focus on this in this way. I emphasize, because there are many activities happening in the world through the medium of the person. I am trying to show you how it happens when you are awake. I don't want to talk about it, I want to see it and show you that such a one, if it's genuine, their way is very broad also. And they're no less in service to the world. But they understand the nature of the world and the nature of themselves and the nature of truth. They're not working with any fantasy or any assumption or any sort of like projection or fantasy. They're not working independently also. They are one with the source and express in a very impersonal way. And yet, I would say the greatest expression of love arises in this impersonal way, more than just the person. Or the person's love can be very hot and passionate, but the divine love is so vast that sometimes it is mistaken for hardship and cruelty. And we have not yet evolved enough to appreciate the great love and its ways. Love is not merely affection, it's not merely giving food. It includes this, of course. But sometimes the giver is receiving more than he's giving. We must be open to this too.
This reminds me of something like a poem I read about relationships. It said, the one who is your lover and takes an axe to your head or to your mind is the true partner.
Yes.
And my own arrogance has kept me from letting someone take the axe to my head. And I see that more clearly now. So.
I see as people like yourself who are, somehow there's a joy in somehow being open and in service to things. I love that joy. It is beautiful. But don't abandon your inquiry to save the world. Some years ago, we went to Tiruvannamalai. When I speak about this animal shelter, also it's another group that we support and enjoy to be them, and we love them very much. We went with a group there, and then some people went and they collapsed in tears when they saw the animals and they saw the love and said, "Oh, this is what I want to do." And I say, "Come to Satsang.
Mm-hmm.
Come to Satsang." I go, "Sorry, I have to be with the animal." Okay. They are not in Satsang and they are not with the animals now. You see? Stay in your Satsang, complete your sadhana, do what you have to do as well. But don't give up this search for freedom. Don't put anything above it. It is the key to freedom for lots of people. Thank you.
Muji, I see you as my Rasta wise man and a combination of Amaji. Very wonderful. I'd like to come up. Can I come up?
Will the people coming first to play something will come also? Movie. I like your trousers. I like your fans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You like my beard?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I give you my beard, you give me your pants. Love you, good. Oh, I thought it was an ironing board there for a minute. I indeed am of the nature of the imperishable Brahman, Absolute. I indeed am of the nature of the decayless Brahman. I indeed am of the nature of the bondageless Brahman. I indeed am of the nature of Brahman which is higher than the highest. I indeed am of the nature of Brahman which is non-dual. I indeed am of the nature of the undivided Brahman. I indeed am the pure, supreme Brahman. By such unfailing knowledge, you yourself become Brahman itself. Except me, there is no existence or non-existence. Except me, there is no object, real or unreal. Except me, there is no consciousness or non-consciousness. Except me, there is no object that is conscious or non-conscious. Except me, there is no duality or non-duality. Except me, there is no object to be perceived. I am ever the supreme Brahman. That I am. By such unfailing knowledge, you yourself become Brahman itself. Thank you.
Satchidananda Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Satchidananda Now my ears bewitching power, no more shall bind us, no more shall bind us. We are free.
It says that 2,600 years ago there was one man who, having come to the discovery of the timeless within himself, he forgot his person and became a light in this world. And 2,600 years later, new Buddhists are coming and believing in, following these teachings, experiencing for themselves through his pointings what he discovered. 2,000 years ago, another one, he also found the light and became the light of this world. 2,000 years after the passing of his body, today still many people coming into this light of Christianity, searching through this light of Christ to find the light within themselves. And there were many. And this year we know, in these times, the life of Ramana Maharishi or Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj or Papaji. They pointed to the direct way. An ancient wisdom that was also sprouted in this country also. But remained dormant for quite a long time until Shankara, the great Shankara, stirred up again interest in the path of Advaita and non-dual realization. Beings like Ramana Maharshi, Papaji, Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj also, they again stirred the flames of this understanding, and many, many beings came into the light for themselves. And this is our chance also. The same timeless pointing, the same place pointed to. They had bodies just like ours. They looked at the same moon and the sun just like we do. But they saw the power and the truth and the all-encompassingness of this truth. And like moths to a flame, they died to themselves to bring this light into the world. It's our turn also in our age. No one is exempt from this discovery because all are this, essentially. I am not speaking poetry to you, but what I've seen in my own experience. That this chance is for you, wherever you are, whether you're on the other side of this camera or in this room or wherever there is in you, whoever there is who has in them this pulse for freedom, for understanding, for coming home, for self-knowledge, for self-realization, waking, whatever name we want to call it, whichever part of the world you are. We speak one language, and that language is consciousness, as I said before. All the other languages like Hindi and English and Russian and German are only translating consciousness. It is our common language, our common self, our ground of being. So I don't have the sense I'm here to convert anybody or to persuade. Already a movement began in you to bring you here. The food need only put on the table. You will put it in your mouth. But here the food is put in your heart also, if you have space for it. A teaching or a pointing, which is like a tree that bears immediate fruit. I know among you there are those whose lives will never be the same, for whom there's nowhere in the past to go to, and that the future is only speculation, who find their lives now, not in the now of time, but the now of timelessness. The clock of time ticks away. But the opportunity to discover the timeless is being presented to all, according to your capacity to hear deeply and your urge to be free from the psychological mind's influence, to be free from the hypnosis of limited conditioning. Sometimes it can appear as though you are making a sacrifice, like, why must I give up my sweeties or something? But no one is really being asked as an emphasis to give up something, but more to pay attention to something. And in paying attention to that, you discover your natural mind and your true self. I have nothing to give you. I only point to something that has been overlooked, and it is the womb of this universe. It never dries up. It never becomes cold. It is the resting place, the dying place, the birthplace of all of life. It is the giver, the creator, the sustainer, the destroyer, and beyond, the dream of such play. I feel this should be a great news, a great delight, because it's not left only as news, but as an invitation to look, beginning each moment as you're ready, and the fruits of which you can taste at any time. Our true heart is the light of this world. Don't let your mind hide it.
Everyone is most welcome tonight for the slideshow that's going to happen at 7 o'clock, and it is going to be broadcast live. So the slideshow is the opportunity to see these beautiful images that have been taken over these 5 weeks in Satsang with Muji Baba. And Muji Baba will be with us tonight at 7 o'clock. The gates will open at 6:30. And also to remind you that tomorrow morning at 8:30, we have bhajans. And most of you know what that is, but in case it's your first time, bhajans are this beautiful singing and rejoicing in the Almighty. And everyone should come. It's not separate from satsang. And there'll be no lottery tomorrow. I believe the gates open at 8 o'clock. And thank you very much.
Hello.
Moji, Moji.
Waiting in the window.
Yes, we are. Love you so much. We love you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to India. Countless. Yeah, thank you. Great memories. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't get you over.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So fantastic.
Love you.
So amazing, huh? It's getting hot, huh?
It's you. It's your energy.
The energy. What are you all doing in there?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was so good.
Love you. Love you. Love you much.